It's time for Dodger Baseball. Live from Dodger Stadium, Prime Ticket presents the Dodgers as they take on the Miami Marlins. Hi, everybody, and a very pleasant Sunday to you, wherever you may be. Dodgers finishing up a 3-game series with the Marlins. They've already beaten them 4 out of 5, and they're finishing up a brief homestand that saw them lose 3 straight to the Giants and now trying to win 3 straight against the Marlins. When the Dodgers take the field, they're 2 games back of the Giants, who figure to have their hands full today with the Atlanta Braves. As far as the pitching is concerned, the Dodgers give the ball to Aaron Harang, trying to win his 10th. Harang is 5-3 lifetime against the Marlins. No record as a Dodger, 2-0 when he pitched for San Diego. Left-hander Mark Burley will be on the mound for Miami. We'll get to that and a whole lot more coming up right after this.
Made in California in an actual aircraft hangar. Moments away from first pitch on this Sunday afternoon. It's the Marlins and the Dodgers as the Dodgers look to sweep the fish and finish this homestand 3-3. With Kenny Lofton and Steve Lyons, Patrick O'Neill, the moment we saw last night, Kenny, starting with you, being a former player, seeing great moments in this game with what Adrian Gonzalez did, where do you rank it and how do you compare it?
Actually, you got to kind of rank that at the top of the list because when you come in, to a new ball club, and all the hype is all about you, it's about Adrian. Mm-hmm. Last night he come in a situation where all you got to do is put the ball in play, and he took a good swing because the man was on third. But he took a good swing and hit it out the ballpark, and it's pretty much classic.
Dodger fans are the best I've seen at kind of voting with their money. This is an organization that routinely would draw 3 million fans because Dodger fans love their baseball. They want to come and see the Dodgers play, but the last couple of years went south, and they decided to stay away. They're going to be coming back now, I think. I mean, this is an outstanding team to want to watch. They'll be back.
I think it's important to stay tuned to Dodger baseball all season long because you never know when a moment right out of Hollywood is going to happen.
So make way, a roll of drums and a blare of bugles. Coming up with runners at first and third, and a standing welcome to Dodger Stadium ovation for Adrian Gonzalez. He drives one into deep right field, right down the line in the corner, 3-run home run. Welcome to the Dodgers. And it's 4-1 Dodgers. And Jack combo at Jack in the Box for only $4.99 plus tax at participating stores. By San Manuel Indian Bingo and Casino, your place for summer excitement. By 76 Gas, we're on the driver's side. And by Time Warner Cable. Hi, everybody, and a very pleasant Sunday to you, wherever you may be. The Dodgers and the Marlins finishing up their 3-game series, and the Dodgers finishing up a 6-game homestand. Following today's game, the Dodgers will take the field in Colorado Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday afternoon, but they won't be out long because they'll come right back and then play a 4-game series with Arizona and a 3-game series with San Diego. They have not done very well against Arizona or Colorado, so a word to the wise, they're really going to have to kick themselves when they take the field. For instance, in Colorado, they've lost 4 out of 6. And when Arizona comes here, Arizona has beaten the Dodgers 4 out of 5 here. So the Dodger work is anything but finished, despite the heroics of Adrian Gonzalez last night. Here's the lineup for Ozzie Guillen's ball club. It'll be Brian Peterson opening up in left field. Justin Ruggiano is in center field. And Jose Reyes, the shortstop. Carlos Lee at first base. Then you have Giancarlo Stanton in right field. Greg Dobbs at third base. Donovan Solano at second base. Rob Brantley behind the plate. And Mark Burley on the mound. On the mound for the Dodgers, Aaron Harang. Aaron Harang coming in with a record of 9-7. This will be his first shot against the Marlins this year. 5-3 lifetime. When he was a member of the San Diego Padres, and remember his last year down there, he won 14. During that year, he beat the Marlins twice without a loss. Before the game, we saluted real heroes. We're not taking anything away from the players, but the real heroes were honored today. It is First Responder Day. Dodgers proud to thank and pay tribute to our first responders who put their lives on the line every day to keep us safe in our communities. So we had police department representatives from Glendale, Los Angeles, the airport, Whittier Police, Long Beach Police, Inglewood. The list is too long, but we just want them all to know how much we are indebted to them, and our gratitude is that deep. Now to the ball game. Brian Peterson will start it off. Left-hand batter from Chatsworth, and Brian takes a pitch high, ball one. I hope his mom and family would be here today. Brian, we mentioned it last night, was the victim of a Dodger change in the rotation. He had some people here Friday night, but then last night he had the large number because Harang was supposed to pitch. He hits a slicing fly ball, but it's a room service fly ball, and it comes to Victorino. Anyway, Brian's mom gathered about 30 of the friends and family to come to the game last night to see Harang, knowing that Brian would play. But the Dodgers pitched Clayton Kershaw, so he didn't play, and I think Ozzie Guillen felt badly about it, so he sent Brian up to hit in the 8th inning last night against Kershaw. Life is cruel. Brian struck out. So I hope there's some good folks here for him today. Meanwhile, Justin Ruggiano at the plate. One away, ball game just starting. Gorgeous Sunday afternoon. Temperatures 81 degrees. Ruggiano fouls it back in the count 1-1. Hardly a breeze, maybe a zephyr to stir the state flag. Ruggiano hungry for a hit. 0 for 3 last night. Right-hand hitter shies away from a pitch at his left shoulder. Ruggiano in game 1, 0 for 5. So he's 0 for 8 in the series, but hitting .315. Back comes Harang over the top, and it's swung on and missed, and the count 2-2. 81 degrees here. The Giants, by the way, 2 games in front of the Dodgers, are not playing now. They will not play till 5 o'clock. The next pitch is fouled away. It'll be Tim Hudson, who is 12-4 with 193 victories, against Tim Lincecum, who is 7-13, but pitching better since the All-Star break. 2-2 pitch on the way, fouled off. Lincecum, after the break, has an earned run average of 3.1. One other note for the Braves, their big gun up there, Jason Hayward. He has 5 career home runs in 9 games at AT&T Park. 2-2 the count to Ruggiano. Aaron Reddy, Harang over the top, and there's a line drive base hit into left field. So for a hungry Ruggiano, comes up with his first hit of the series after having gone 0 for 8, and that will bring up Jose Reyes. Jose Reyes, who signed a 6-year deal last December to play with the Marlins, coming over from the Mets, hitting .284, 10 home runs, 42 runs batted in, and the National League champ last year, but very much off his feed, hitting just .284. Harang set at the belt, looks over his left shoulder, now turns and throws over there, and Ruggiano back on the bag. Ruggiano has stolen 10 out of 17. The Marlins run. They have 121 stolen bases. Harang is at the belt. Ready and delivers, and the pitch high and away, ball 1. The Dodgers defensively, just to set the pieces for you, Gonzalez and Punto, Ramirez and Cruz, Victorino Campanethier. Matt Trainer gets a day of work behind the plate as A.J. finally gets a day off. The 1-0 pitch on the way is taken for a strike, and the count 1-1. Tony Randazzo is the plate umpire. Tony's been in the league for over 13 years. Born in Chicago, went to Iowa Western Community College, played baseball in college until he had an arm injury and became an umpire. 1 ball and 1 strike the count. Harang, another look, now to the plate, and it's lifted back ashore, shallow left field. Coming in for it is Victorino, and Shane makes the catch. Back to first base goes Ruggiano, and the batter will be Carlos Lee. So Reyes has been very quiet outside of his first at-bat. Remember, Reyes hit a 2-run home run in his first at-bat, but since then, it's been a struggle. So here is Carlos Lee. Lee went 0 for 4 last night and 1 for 2 in the first game. He was robbed of a hit last night by Luis Cruz. Carlos hitting .279. A look by Harang, now a pitch to the plate, drops the breaking ball in for a strike, and the count 0-1. On deck, young Giancarlo Stanton, who is certainly the talk of the National League. He's getting the same kind of talk that young Mike Trout is getting in the American League. Pitch fouled away. No balls and 2 strikes, the count. So Carlos Lee, the Brahma bull raiser out of Panama, got the bad news yesterday that Japan defeated Panama in the semifinal of the Little League World Series. No balls and 2 strikes, the count. Throw to first, not in time. In the other semifinal game, Tennessee walloped California, though the finals in the Little League will be Japan and Tennessee. 0-2 the count to Carlos Lee. Harang ready, watching, now to the plate, and he's high. Trainer ready to pull the trigger, but Ruggiano staying close to the bag. A beautiful Sunday afternoon, final game of the homestand, with the Dodgers only gone for 3 games. Here's the 1-2 pitch on the way. There goes Ruggiano. The pitch is low. The throw is into the sliding runner. Hit him right in the fanny. Is it safe at second? But he paid a little bit of a price. So Ruggiano steals second. Trainer did not get a good ball to handle. Anytime a catcher gets a ball low, he has to come up to throw. The throw, meanwhile, hits him right where he sits. And Ruggiano steals his 11th base with an ouch. 2-2 the count. So Justin takes his lead with 2 out. Lee trying to pick him up. Dodgers are trying to get a scoreless first inning. Here's the 2-2 pitch on the way to Lee, and it's swung on, shot up the middle. They're going to be smothered at second base. They throw back to Cruz, and they've got Ruggiano on a rundown, and Cruz tags him out to end the inning. So they did finally get through a first inning without allowing a run, but they had to do it the hard way. Not only is Ruggiano out in the rundown on a base hit by Lee, but that means Stanton could not come up. No score. lineup with Victorino, followed by Nick Punto, who made that great stop on the base hit up the middle. Matt Kemp, then Adrian Gonzalez, Hanley Ramirez at short. Then you have Andre Ethier, Luis Cruz, Matt Trainer, and Aaron Harang. On the mound, Mark Burley, and he is Burley, 6'2", at least 220, 33 years old, out of Missouri, and his first pitch in for a strike to Shane Victorino. Mark Burley is a brilliant pitcher and has some of the most glistening credentials in the game, as Victorino swings, doesn't get it, and the count 0-2. Mark Burley, in all of Major League history, one pitcher can say what he has done. The strike two pitch pulled foul. He has thrown multiple no-hitters and earned more than one Gold Glove. He and Bob Gibson are the only two pitchers to throw a no-hitter in the same year that they won a Gold Glove. And of course what he did is really mind-boggling as he works away to Victorino. Burley pitched a no-hitter against the Rangers in 2007 and pitched a perfect game against the Tampa Bay Devil Rays. The pitch to Victorino fouled away. Shane hitting .256. He had a bad back that kept him out of last night's game. He has 10 home runs, 47 runs batted in. Switch hitter, batting right-handed, swings and strikes out. So down goes Victorino, one away, and the batter will be Nick Punto. Breaking ball off the plate, and Victorino chased the bad ball and then pays the penalty of striking out. When we talk about Burley facing Nick Punto, we mentioned that he is a burly left-hander. Nick Punto, who appeared last night briefly, walked, scored a run, and then made a dazzling stop on the base hit by Lee to get Ruggiano before he scored. Nick takes high, ball two. We should talk a little bit more about Punto for the moment. We got plenty of time with Burley. Nick was born in San Diego and lives in Mission Viejo, so he's happy to be here, and he takes high, ball three. Nick Punto, 5'9", 190. He'll be 35 in November as he takes a strike. Originally picked by the Phillies back in 1998. He went to Saddleback Junior College. Nick takes another strike, and they count 3-2. Punto came up with the Phillies in 2001, then went over to the Minnesota Twins for 7 years and takes ball four. So Punto to first on the walk, and the batter will be Matt Kemp. Here's a note about Burley, for instance. Since 2001, here's the steadiness of the left-hander. Here are the number of games started: 32, 34, 35, 35, 33, 32, and 30, 34, 33, 33, 31. I mean, he is a clock puncher if ever there was one, and they can rely on him to take his turn every time he gets the ball. Matt Kemp will check in with Adrian Gonzalez hitting back of him, and the first pitch outside, ball one. 1-0 to Matt. Kemp hitting .338, 5 for 9 in the series, and last night had 3 straight hits. No score, bottom of the first inning. Mark Burley delivers. That swung on and missed, and the count 1-1. Waiting on deck, Adrian Gonzalez. Every at-bat he has from now in has to be a little bit of a ho-hummer for him after last night. Burley ready and comes back, and Kemp probably bangs it into left field for a base hit. Stopping at second is Punto. Well, here comes Adrian. He came up last night with runners at first and third and hit a 3-run home run. Now he comes up first and second and 1 out. Dodger lineup is ideal when you realize you have a switch hitter leading off in Victorino. Then you have a switch hitter Punto or Mark Ellis. Then you get right for Kemp, left for Gonzalez, right for Ramirez, left for Ethier. So it is a very tough lineup, and the first pitch in for a strike, 0-1. Dodgers during this series 10 for 24 with runners in scoring position, and they have one in Punto right now. Strike one pitch on the way, and Adrian fouls it back in the count 0-2. One of the things about Gonzalez this year, he's actually hitting a little bit higher against left-hand pitching. He's batting .297 against the right-handers and .301 against the left-handers. And he leads all of baseball. He's hitting .400 with runners in scoring position. He takes at the knuckles, 1-2 the count. So a couple of seasoned veterans, Adrian Gonzalez battling Mark Buehrle. Buehrle and Gonzalez, this will be their first meeting, although they've both been around a while. 1-2 pitch is swung on, hit the left field, base hit. Charging the ball is Peterson. Punto will score easily, and the Dodgers lead 1-0. And Adrian has 4 RBIs already as a Dodger, and continues to hit better than .400. One other note, and life can be so darn cruel, you would think once in a while you'd get a break. We're talking about Adrian Gonzalez, who last night came up and hit that dramatic 3-run home run in the first inning. Today in Boston, James Loney came up, and everybody in the clubhouse was rooting for Loney's first at-bat for the Red Sox. He grounded into a double play. The first pitch to Hanley Ramirez outside, ball 1. 1-0 to Hanley. Ramirez hitting .259. 20 home runs, 79 runs batted in. Went 0 for 4 last night. Swings right through a pitch. Ramirez, remember, hit a 2-run home run in his second at-bat in this series against his old ball club, but he's been shut down since. He had a big series in Miami, 6 for 13 and 5 runs batted in. Buehrle, who has not pitched here since 2008. The left-hander delivers, and that's fouled away. When Mark was with the Chicago White Sox, he dominated the National League in interleague play. In his last 22 decisions against the National League, while he was with the White Sox, his record was 20-2. Mark from the Show Me State of Missouri. He's from St. Charles. Veteran left-hander comes back. Hanley takes inside. And the count 2-2 strikes. And for Buehrle, one of those things, he was cut from his high school team, not only in his freshman year, but in his sophomore year. One reason, he was only about 5'7" when he graduated. He now stands 6'2", checks in at about 220. 2-2 pitch is taken low off the plate. Ball 3. On deck is Andre Ethier, and this will not be just an ordinary at-bat for him. Remember, he has had a base hit in 10 consecutive at-bats. The all-time record, 12. 3-2, runners go. It is strike 3 call. Though the Dodgers turn off with a double steal, Hanley Ramirez strikes out looking, and Andre Ethier on television was showing all 10 of his hits, including a home run. So here comes Ethier. His streak started on a base hit on a ball hit to right field. You may remember that was badly misjudged by Hunter Pence. Pence turned the wrong way, then tried to correct and turn back, and went off his glove. And that was the beginning of 10 straight consecutive hits. Andre also likes the first pitch, so let's see. He looks at a breaking ball strike, and the count 0-1. Another note on Ethier, 7 of his 10 hits have come with 2 strikes on him. Though he has Kemp at third, Gonzalez at second. 0-1 the count to Andre Ethier. Strike 1 pitch is fouled off. Well, there he is again. 7 of 10. Has 2 strikes on him right now. The record The one I always remember, Pinky Higgins of the Red Sox, hit safely in 12 straight. No balls and 2 strikes. Johnny Kling and Walt Dropo also had it. The pitch low, 1-2. Kling was with the Cubs, Higgins with the Red Sox, and big Walt Dropo with the Tigers. 10 straight hits. Andre Waiting is average at .291. He has struggled against left-handers. Burley's pitch is low, 2-2 the count. Ethier hitting .223 against left-handers, .335 right-handed. So about a 113 points difference against left and right. Burley goes 2-2. The pitch is fouled away. So in the inning, Victorino struck out and Punto walked. Kemp singled him to second. Gonzalez singled him home. Now Ethier up there. When Ramirez struck out, the Dodgers pulled off the double steal going on the 3-2 pitch. For Burley, meanwhile, this will be pitch number 31 here in the first inning, which is a heck of a lot better than Josh Johnson, who made 45 pitches in the first inning last night. 2-2 the count. Josh Johnson can understand laboring in the first inning here as he watches Burley from the shadows of the dugout. The 2-2 pitch on the way is on the inside corner. Little slider for strike 3, and down goes Ethier, and that's the end of the streak. Dodgers, however, get a run, and at the end of an inning, lead the Marlins 1-0. Adrian Gonzalez drives in another run in his second game. Now, Giancarlo Stanton, the big kid from Sherman Oaks, at the plate and takes high, ball 1. Giancarlo has 28 home runs. He's hit 2 in this series. He's hit 7 on the Marlins road trip. And he has a look at a strike, and they count 1 ball, 1 strike. Giancarlo had knee surgery. That kept him out for about a month. Big right-hand batter, takes low. He is 6'5", 250 pounds, went to Notre Dame High School, and wouldn't you know, his first major league home run was a grand slam. 2-1 pitch on the way, swung on and missed, and the count 2-2. Interesting, too, as big as he is, when he was a sophomore in high school, he was 5'11", now 6'5", and lifts one into left field. This one's playable. Victorino moving to his left and makes the catch for the out. So 1 away in the second inning. And the batter will be Greg Dobbs, who is another local boy. In fact, we were somewhat impressed by the fact the Marlins, I think, have 9 boys from Southern California on the squad. So Greg Dobbs, a fine hitter, batting .304, 4 home runs, 29 runs batted in. Greg was born in Los Angeles, lives over in Moreno Valley. He's another fella who had a home run in his first major league at bat. He's 34, however, a lot older than Giancarlo. And the pitch to Greg off the plate, ball 1. Originally drafted by the Mariners, he went to school at Long Beach State and takes a strike, then transferred out of Long Beach State to the University of Oklahoma. So Greg Dobbs, left-hand hitting third baseman. 1 ball and 1 strike to count, 1 out. Second inning, Dodgers lead 1-0. Harang comes back off speed. Dobbs out in front of it, and the count 1-2. Greg, as a boy growing up, loved to watch Will Clark, and also, since he was signed by the Mariners, tried to emulate Ken Griffey Jr., so he picked a couple of 2 fine icons. The 1-2 pitch inside, 2-2 the count. Greg is also smart enough, completing a business degree online. He did that during the off season just before spring training one year. The pitch to Dobbs, he has a look, and it's low, ball 3. 3-2 the count to Greg Dobbs. Donovan Solano, little second baseman with a 9-game hitting streak, on deck. 3-2 pitch, swung on, fouled away off to the left end, out of play. Nice crowd on hand today, enjoying a special day. 81 degrees, not a cloud up there, a canopy of blue. 3-2 the count. Harang rocks and turns. Aaron comes back, and the fastball whacked into left center. Nobody there. It's going to go to the wall. So Dobbs on his way to second, representing the tying run with 1 out here in the second inning. For Greg Dobbs, that bullet in the gap, his 8th double, went down to get it and hit it sharply for extra bases. So a 1-out double, and the batter will be Donovan Solano. Donovan Solano with a 9-game hitting streak. He had 1 hit last night, a diving stop by Luis Cruz, a bang-bang play at first, and Solano won the decision. In the first game of the series, he had 2 hits and a walk and scored a run. Solano waiting, holds up, and the first pitch in for a strike, and the count 0-1. Donovan has an older brother, Jonathan. He's a catcher with the Washington Nationals, has been up and down with the Nats this year. And Donovan spent 8 years in the minor leagues. Strike 1 pitch is hit foul down the right field line, and the count 0-2. So he has certainly paid his dues. 8 years playing in Johnson City, New Jersey, State College, Quad Cities, all of those exotic cities. You pay the bill, and he's had to do it. Donovan, right-hand batter, stands in at 5-9. Strike 2 pitch is a high fly ball to left. That'll send Victorino back. Tagging up is Dobbs, but Victorino gets it quickly back in, and Dobbs has to hold at second base. So 2 down, and the batter now will be Rob Brantley, the catcher. Last night, John Buck, the veteran receiver, and Brantley, who caught the first game, checking in at the plate, hitting just 190. Just called up, though the book is still unwritten on Rob Brantley. He's 6'2" and 200, just turned 23, went to school at UC Riverside, and was originally drafted by the Tigers. He takes a strike, and the count 0-1. Of all the gifts to give a 5-year-old, his grandfather gave him catching gear. you'd think you'd get a ball or a bat or even a glove, but his granddad gave him the shin guards, the chest protector, and the mask and the mitt when he was 5. Strike one. Pitch is poked down the left field line, slicing foul and back into the seats. As Rob said, he was so excited over getting all that gear, he actually slept in it that night, as only a 5-year-old could do. His grandfather was once a catcher in the Panamanian Professional League. He was steered in that direction at the age of 5. Strike 2 pitch on the way. Harang deals, and it is swung on and missed. Down goes Brantley. The Marlins waste Dobbs double, and at the end of an inning and a half, Dodgers 1, Marlins nothing. Miami 1-0 on a beautiful Sunday afternoon. All roads lead to Dodger Stadium, that's for sure. 1 run, 2 hits for the Dodgers, no runs, 3 hits for the Marlins. Luis Cruz will start it off. He has a look at a strike and the count 0-1. Cruz has really done some great work. He was hitting in the 230s and went on a tear. He lifts a fly ball to left. Here comes Brian Peterson to make the catch for the out. Cruz was hitting .303 when he checked in. So 1 away, and Matt Trainer, the catcher, coming up. It's already been a great year for Matt Trainer, with his wife Misty May winning the gold medal along with her partner Carrie. So Matt now, after being off for about a week, A.J. Ellis catching the brunt of the games, and Matt out in front in the count 0-1. So we've always felt it's tough enough to play this game, and to play it occasionally is downright murder. And of course you're up there now against a veteran, Mark Burley, who struck out the side in the first inning and comes right back with another strike. 0-2. Burley, when in trouble, gets a lot of double plays. They've turned 17 behind it. The strike 2 pitch, fastball away. The league does bunt on him a little bit. They've had 5 base hits on bunts. Burley ready, 1-2 pitch, and that's inside. Did it hit him? Yes, it did. It grazed Trainer on the arm. The 1 out hit batter will bring up Aaron Harang.
Now batting, pitcher number 44, Aaron Harang.
So Burley has walked 1, hit 1, and struck out the side. So here's Harang in what certainly would appear to be a bunt situation. And he shows bunt, drops it foul off to the right, and the count 0-1. I love the background stories, the romantic stories, especially for the ladies. Talk about Mark Burley and how he proposed to his girlfriend. Here's the strike one pitch to Aaron Harang. Left-hander ready and goes to first. It was during the winter before 2005 spring training. He and his girlfriend were sitting in a tree stand hunting for deer on his 1,200-acre property. They were both wearing camouflage. The pitch to Harang is high. So when he says deer, he's not necessarily spelling it with a double E. That's how he proposed. And of course, we mentioned how Adrian Gonzalez proposed to his bride-to-be with a big sign in the sky. The bunt is foul, 1-2. With Adrian, the sign in the sky, I love Betty, with number 19. Everybody talks about Adrian Gonzalez wearing number 23, which he wore in San Diego, but in his early days, he wore 19. All right, enough of romance. 1-2 the count, Aaron Harang. He shows bunt, pulls the bat back, holding on at first, and no action. Obviously, no contact made, no bunt called, and it's a 2-ball, 2-strike count. Mark Burley, his property of 1,200 acres, about 90 minutes from St. Charles. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Harang shows bunt and gets it down. Burley has a play at second, a high throw, and the runner's going to be safe, and then came off the bag on the tag. So Matt Trainer went into the bag and was safe as Reyes had to go up the ladder to handle the throw. And then when Jose came down, he quickly applied the tag, and Trainer couldn't get back to the bag. So Harang winds up bunting into the force play. Trainer coming off. I think in Matt's idea, not knowing, he was trying to break up a double play and not realizing that he was going to be safe on the high throw. So 2 down, and the batter is Shane Victorino. Ground ball wide of third, smothered at third by Dobbs, and turns it into a force play. A wonderful play by Greg Dobbs. So when it's all said and done, the Dodgers are done, and at the end of 2, 1-0 Dodgers.
Later in tonight's game, brought to you by Miller Lite.
Third inning, Dodgers trying to hold on to a 1-0 lead with Mark Burley battling Aaron Harang. When the Dodgers leave after the game and they will be flying over to Colorado, Josh Beckett, the newcomer, will be making his debut as a Dodger. He'll go up against left-hander Jeff Francis. Then Chris Capuano will go up against right-hander Tyler Chatwood. And Joe Blanton will pitch Wednesday afternoon against Drew Pomeranz. And then the club will come back. Capuano, the big winner, looking for his 12th. So in the third inning, it'll be Mark Burley who hits as he pitches, left-handed. Burley has 3 hits, a double, 1 run batted in, strikes out around half the time, and takes ball 1, 1-0. 1 run, 2 hits for the Dodgers, no runs, 3 hits for the Marlins, and the next pitch in for a strike, 1-1 to count. 6th and final meeting between the two clubs, and the Dodgers have won 4 out of 5. Next one is foul back to the screen, 1-2 the count. We'll repeat in case you're wondering, the Giants play Atlanta at 5 o'clock. The 1-2 pitch swung on, hit back to Aaron Harang, and that will do it for Burley. And we have 1 away in the third inning. And to repeat the message that we gave you earlier, the Braves will be pitching Tim Hudson, who is 12-4 and has 193 victories under his belt. And he'll go up against Tim Lincecum, who may be only 7-13, but has been pitching well since the All-Star break with an earned run average of 3.1. Jason Hayward figures to be in the lineup. He's hit 5 home runs in 9 games at AT&T Park. The first pitch to Brian Peterson is high, ball 1, 1-0 to Brian. He came here when he was a little leaguer, as he said, used to sit up in the nosebleed section. Swings, doesn't get the next as he fouls it back, and the count 1-1. Brian started the first game of the series, and in his very first at bat, he had a line drive single to center. He wound up that night going 1 for 5. Appeared briefly as a pinch hitter last night and flied out today. He takes low and inside, ball 2, and the count runs 2 balls and 1 strike. Dodgers trying to win their 30th game at home. They've already won, I should say, 36 games. They've won 35. The 2-1 pitch swung on, little flare, shallow right, going out as Punto, and makes the catch for the out. So Peterson, a little pop fly to the Dodgers second baseman, 2 down, and Ruggiano coming up. A reminder, Tuesday, September 4th, fans with the first 30,000 tickets receive an adult Matt Kemp replica jersey, compliments of State Farm. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com/promotions. Ruggiano single to left field in the first inning. Right-hand batter grounds 1 foul, and the count 0-1. Ruggiano then proceeded to steal second base. Appeared to be on his way to score when Carlos Lee hit one up the middle. It was smothered by Punto. Ruggiano could not get back to third, and the Dodgers ran him down for the out, which meant for the first time in the Dodgers got out of the first inning without allowing a run. Good play by Punto did it. Strike 2 pitch on the way is high, ball 1. 1-0 Dodgers, top of the third, trying to put a little extra pressure on the Giants, who play later on. The next one, a check swing for strike 3. So down go the Marlins in the top of the third, and at the end of 2.5 innings, Dodgers 1, Marlins 0. To the bottom of the third inning. Nick Punto has already made his presence felt. Last night he came off the bench, got a walk, and scored a run. And he's been in a pivotal spot today already. He walked and scored a run in the first inning, and he prevented a run on the base hit up the middle by Carlos Lee. He hits a little foul off to the left, and the count 0-2. So Punto, he'll be followed by Kemp and then Gonzalez. Mark Ellis getting a well-deserved time off. Ellis hitting .266 with 5 home runs. He had a big night last night. Pitch to Punto off the plate. 1-2. Ellis last night had a walk, a single, a double, and a home run. The 1-2 pitch is inside. 2-2 the count. Burley works quickly. The left-hander comes back and misses away. Though he's gone 3-2 now. Nick Punto waiting. Now the 3-2 pitch. That's ball 4. So Punto goes to first. And the batter now will be Matt Kemp. So for Punto at 5'9", obviously a tough man to pitch. As a Dodger, he's had 3 at-bats, and he's walked all 3 times. So Burley now has to contend with Matt Kemp, who singled to left field his first at-bat. You know, Burley not only pitched a perfect game, his no-hitter was very close. The pitch to Kemp for a strike. He pitched a no-hitter in 2007 against the Texas Rangers. There's only one man got on base in that game on a walk, and he picked him off. But it was an imperfect game. Strike 1 pitch, missing inside. 1 ball and 1 strike to count to Matt, who has rebuilt his average up to .340. Burley is going to be around for a while with the Marlins. He agreed to a 4-year deal in December of last year. And interesting, too, his former employer, Jerry Reinsdorf of the White Sox, advised him to take the deal. Burley works a change away. 2-1 the count. Burley basically fastball, a cutter, slider, curve, change. He's got the whole store. 2-1 pitch, runner going. The pitch is a strike. The throw is not in time. So Punto steals second on a pitch down and away to Matt Kemp. So Nick has certainly been busy in his limited time. Got a good jump. Came in with the hand just ahead of the tag on the elbow. It was that close. And the ball getting away out of the glove at the last minute anyway. Burley's next pitch to Kemp is hit foul off first, out of play. By the way, we have seen Burley walk Punto twice, and also prior to today, Burley had worked 36 innings against the Dodgers and walked 1. And he has walked Punto twice. 2-2 the count to Matt Kemp. Burley ready, left-handed deals, breaking ball, swung on and missed. So down goes Kemp. Burley keeping the ball down and away from him. And the batter will be Adrian Gonzalez. So Adrian Gonzalez, who had the 3-run home run last night, had a base hit to drive in a run in the first inning today. So he already has 4 runs batted in as a Dodger. He's had 626 RBIs over the last 6 years. Burley ready and deals. Adrian sprays it foul off to the left, out of play. 0-1. It's an amazing thing. Adrian Gonzalez in his career in over 1,000 at-bats with runners in scoring position. He's hit a remarkable .328. He is hitting .333 in his young time with the Dodgers. He was hitting .300 for the Red Sox. He takes a pitch a little high. 1-1 the count. Adrian had 15 home runs while playing at Fenway. 1 ball and 1 strike. 1 out. We're in the bottom of the third. And the Dodgers lead the Marlins 1-0. Burley set. Left-hander comes back to the plate, and it's hammered down the right field line. Foul into the lower deck. That thing was drilled, but he just pulled it too much. For Mark Burley, he has allowed 20 home runs this year. He's not overpowering, as you can well imagine, with that number, and he throws a lot of strikes, so that's a pretty good combination to see home runs. He's allowed 5 home runs this month alone. He's allowed 12 home runs on the road. And the next one, little pop fly, and Solano is under it to make the catch. So Gonzalez is jammed and pops it up. And with 2 down, the batter will be Hanley Ramirez. Another thing, when you look at a fine pitcher like Mark Burley, and at first glance you look at his record, he's 11-11. But he has lost 5 times where he pitched 6 innings at least and allowed no more than 3 runs. So he's had 5 very tough losses. So Burley now working on Ramirez. Struck out in the first inning. Hanley takes ball 1, 1-0. Waiting on deck, Andre Ethier. Dodgers lead 1-0, bottom of the third. Giants won't play until 5 o'clock. The next pitch is in for a strike. 1-1 the count to Hanley. Dodgers have done well against the Eastern Division. In fact, they've done far better against in the East than the West. Dodgers are 19-9 against the East. 1 ball and 1 strike. A fake at second. That sends Punto diving back to the bag. The Dodgers are actually under 500 against their own division. They're 23-25, having been swept by the Giants. 1-1 the count. Burley ready. Here he comes, and that's fouled away upstairs off to the right. 1-2 the count. Hanley, 20 home runs, 79 runs batted in. If he felt the pressure of being the #1 player on a young Marlins squad, he certainly doesn't have to feel that kind of pressure here. Not with Messrs. Kemp, Gonzalez, and Ethier to help carry the load. 1-2 to Hanley Ramirez. Left-hander Burley delivers, and it's off the plate. 2-2. The pitch that he threw Andre Ethier to strike Ethier out, it was either a little slider or a cutter, but it looked like an unhittable pitch for a left-hand batter. 2-2 the count to Ramirez. And the next one down at his ankles. 3-2 in count. If you're watching on TV, here's the pitch. Just a little cut, and it got the inside corner at the knees. There wasn't a thing that Andre could have done about that. So Andre waiting for his second at bat, and no pressure of trying to keep a hit streak alive. It stops at 10. 3-2 pitch coming up. Swung on. Line drive right at Jose Reyes. So Ramirez hits one right on the screws, but lines out. No runs, no hits, a man left. At the end of 3, 1-0 Dodgers. early, 1-0 Dodgers. In the fourth inning, Jose Reyes, Carlos Lee, and then Giancarlo Stanton. So the heart of the lineup. This will be a test for Harang. Reyes flied to left in the first inning and promptly lifts a fly ball to Matt Kemp in left center. The Reyes doesn't hang around very long. One pitch, one away in the fourth.
First baseman number 45, Carlos Lee.
The Marlins failed to score in the first inning. That's news. Remember, the opposition had scored in the first inning 5 straight games against the Dodgers. But it's interesting, over those 5 games, the composite earned run average in the first inning against Dodger pitching would be 16.20. But then from the second inning on, a more than respectable 2.48. Well, they're over their first inning today. Here's Lee, singled up the middle and looked like he was going to drive in a run. But Punto never quit, smothered the ball deep behind second base. Ruggiano rounded third, couldn't go back, and the Dodgers ran him down. 2-1 to count to Carlos Lee. Foul back. Carlos, 7 home runs. Always a threat to hit one. Because the big threat is on deck, Giancarlo Stanton. Three and two the count. And a high fly ball to center. Kemp going back on the track at the wall and makes the catch. So Lee comes close, but no cigar. 2 down. Now here's a fellow who is liable to bust one at any time. Giancarlo Stanton. He turns 23, believe it or not, in November. He has 84 career home runs. So at his tender age, he's tied with Mickey Mantle and Andrew Jones, the most home runs for a player before becoming 23, and he unloads deep to center. It is gone. Believe me when I tell you, this kid is going to be one of the biggest stars in all of baseball. He is unbelievable. That's his 8th home run on the road trip, and it's his 3rd home run in the series. It gives him 29 and 85 home runs in his career. Again, that name is Stanton, Giancarlo Stanton, and he is truly remarkable. The home run he hit in Denver, that sounds like a piece of fiction. The home run in Denver was 494 feet. He's big, he's quiet, and he's very modest. You have to love him for that. Amazing. 8 home runs in his last 11 games. 6'5", 250, and he's only 22. Wow. He's a guy, he's going to hit a ball out of Dodger Stadium. I mean, if he just stays healthy, he will hit one out. 1 ball and 1 strike. His home run last night was 9 rows from the very top of the pavilion. The 5 home runs that he has hit starting last year in Denver, they still talk about all of them. I mean, they're monstrous. All of them. That's strike 3. So Stanton ties it up. He will do that a lot as Dobbs then strikes out. And at the end of 3.5 innings, a 1-1 tie. event now through September 3rd. By AT&T, the nation's largest 4G network. AT&T, rethink possible. And by CarMax. Start the search for your next car at CarMax. We have a 1-1 tie as we go to the bottom of the fourth inning, and it'll be Andre Ethier, Luis Cruz, and Matt Trainer. Giancarlo Michael Cruz Stanton has put his imprint again on the game to make it 1-1. Another monster home run to dead center. Ground ball to third. Up with it, there's Dobbs. Sets for the throw and beats him on a close play. Andre was hustling down the line. One away. By the way, in the Little League World Series, Japan has won it. They beat Tennessee 12-2 to take the title. In the consolation game, Petaluma in California beat Panama 12-4. So hats off to Japan. First pitch to Cruz in for a strike, 0-1. Cruz followed by Trainer. Burley works, crack bat, flare into left field for a base hit. Over to get it in left center is Ruggiano. So Cruz cracks the bat, didn't break it, but you can hear it crack up here. And he's 1 for 2. And Matt Trainer coming up. Trainer hit by a pitch in the second inning, and then on the bunt by Harang, thought he was breaking up a double play. He had the play beaten at second, went into a slide, went across the bag, and came off the bag, so he was tagged after the fact. It was a high throw. Throw to first, Cruz back on the bag. Luis Cruz, the unknown. His father was a star in the Mexican League. Luis, who plans to play in the Mexican League when the season is over, has burst upon the scene. In fact, as Trainer takes off the plate, Luis Cruz in the last 2 weeks, 15 games, is hitting .449. Only Dexter Fowler has hit a little bit better than that over the same period of time. 1-0 pitch, ball 2 to Matt Trainer. Dodgers remember when Ramirez struck out on a 3-2 pitch in the first inning. The runners were going, and Kemp and Gonzalez pulled off the delayed double steal. And then Punto stole in the third inning. For Mark Burley to allow 3 stolen bases in 3 innings, to give you an idea how rare that is. In his career, the success rate of base stealers only 42%, and he has picked off 89 runners. 2-2. Last year, he allowed 3 stolen bases all year. In 2003, he allowed 1 stolen base. 2007, he allowed 2 stolen bases. For Adrian Gonzalez, who was on the back end of that double steal, that was only his 3rd career stolen base. So he can always tell the grandkids, yeah, I didn't run much, but when I stolen base, it was against one of the best, Mark Burley. And Burley in his career has gotten 295 double plays. So there is something out there. Burley ready. That's going to be a fly ball to shallow right. Stanton calling. 2 down. You know, you can purchase Dodger season tickets today and receive tickets to the final 17 home games and exclusive access to a postseason pre-on sale. Season tickets start, believe it or not, at $11 per game. So for more information, visit Dodgers.com/season tickets. We've got a lot going on here at Dodger Stadium. Ball 1 to Harang. 1-1 tie, bottom of the fourth. And that's popped up on the infield. Dobbs is calling. Reyes comes in, but it's Dobbs. So down go the Dodgers despite the base hit by Cruz. And at the end of 4, a 1-1 tie.
Dealers, September 20th, 2011.
At the age of 23, Clayton Kershaw becomes a 20-game winner for the first time in his career. That season, Kershaw tied for the most wins in the National League with 21, and also led the league in both ERA and strikeouts. The effort earned Kershaw the National League Cy Young Award, making him the first Dodger starter to achieve the honor since Orel Hershiser in 1988. Well, we talk about the future of other young players like Stanton, for instance, of Miami. And the Dodgers have a gem of their own in Clayton Kershaw. Kershaw meeting Stanton last night, and that was rather remarkable because Stanton hit a home run, they said traveled 452 feet. But Kershaw sailed along, allowed just one other run, went 8, and picked up his 12th win. So you're looking at some Dodgers who figure to be here time, and Clayton is certainly one of them. Well, here come the Marlins in the 5th inning. Donovan Solano, Rob Brantley, and Mark Burley. Solano flied to left field in the 2nd inning. Looked like he hit an off-speed pitch, and it traveled pretty deep, but Victorino went back to get it. Solano without a home run. Pretty good hitter. Shows bunt. Strike. We know from studying the Marlins that they like to bunt. I think they've had 24 bunt hits this year. 1 ball, 1 strike. Don't forget the Dodgers will be in Colorado, but only for 3 games. Starting Thursday on the 30th, it'll be Arizona and San Diego. 1-2 the count. After San Diego, the Dodgers will be on the road to San Francisco and Arizona. So a lot of work yet to do. Line drive, base into right field. So Solano has hit safely in 10 straight. And the batter will be the catcher, Rob Brantley. Harang now has allowed 5 hits, 1 run. Brantley struck out in the 2nd, left-hand batter, 0 for 1, with another left-hand hitter and Mark Burley to follow. Solano is 5 for 5 in stolen bases. And there's a high drive into deep right center. Ethier is looking up. That thing is in the bleachers. Rob Brantley, the young left-hand hitting catcher, hits his first home run and buries it in deep right center field. And just like that, it's 3-1 Marlins. Their second home run. Stanton hit one in the 4th. So the Marlins tried to bite back and hook the Dodgers. First career home run for Rob Brantley. A jolt for Aaron Harang to give up 2. He has now surrendered 14 home runs this year. So Brantley, in only his 7th game, has himself a big league home run. And now here's Mark Burley. Brantley originally was signed by Detroit. Ground ball wide at first. Gonzalez hangs it to Harang. Although we're not knowledgeable enough to say that Rob is a local boy, he's getting hugs from everybody. He did go to school at the University of California, Riverside. He came in a deal with the Tigers. Probably one of the 9, we think, from Southern California on the Miami squad. Ryan Peterson has flied out, popped up, 0 for 2. Miami, relatively young, aggressive hitting team. Foul ball. They don't usually hang around much up at the plate. And today, that's what has burned Aaron Harang. Stanton, with 2 out in the 4th inning, hit the first pitch for a home run over the center field fence. And Brantley hit the first pitch for a home run into the right center field pavilion. Aaron's next pitch is lifted and caught by Punto going out on the grass. So 2 down, and Ruggiano coming up.
Number 20, Justin Ruggiano.
Ruggiano single, but was eventually cut down. Last time up, struck out. Ruggiano batting .317, 1 for 10 in the series. Ruggiano's very first at bat in the first inning Friday night. He hit a ball that sent Matt Kemp right up against the center field wall. 0-2. All you had to do is see him swing that one time. Matt actually had his back against the pads in center when he caught Ruggiano's fly ball Friday night. So you can understand why he has 12 home runs. Still up there, 0-2. Justin Ruggiano. He's out of Austin, Texas. Originally signed by the Dodgers, believe it or not, 8 years ago. He was going to school at Texas A&M. 1-2. Ruggiano, when he first joined the Marlins, really made his presence felt in his first 30 games, and he joined them the end of May. Justin had 5 home runs and 15 RBIs in the first 30 games. One and two. 2-2. Remember Deanna Navarro, the catcher? Well, he was involved in the deal. Deanna came here, and Ruggiano went to the Tampa Bay Devil Rays. Whoa. 3-2 to Justin. Marlins lead 3-1. We're in the 5th inning, 2 out. Chases one and down he goes. So he's 1 for 3, striking out twice today. But Rob Brantley hits his first major league home run, and the Marlins lead 3-1.
one, made in California in an actual aircraft hangar.
That's a strike to Shane Victorino, showing bunt. He'll be followed by Nick Punto and then Matt Kemp. Victorino struck out, hit back to the box. 0-2. Shane hitting .255. 10 home runs, 47 runs batted in. One and two the count. And a base hit just on by Reyes. And Victorino will hold on with a leadoff single. It's 3-1 in favor of the Marlins for Reyes. So near and yet so far. Punto has walked twice, stolen a base, scored a run. And Reyes with an empty glove going back to his position. Marlins 3, Dodgers 1. They've done it with home runs by Stanton and Brantley with a man aboard. Ball one. Brantley saving a wild pitch. Burley has two. One ball and no strikes to Nick. Two and 0. You have a great contest here. You have a very good base runner and base stealer in Victorino, and a marvelous pitcher to stop the running game. And they go head to head against each other. Victorino has stolen 29 out of 35. Right. We also mentioned earlier the success rate against Burley is only 42%. So they can't even break even against him when they decide to go. Ground ball into left field. They had Dobbs shorten up. So Punto is perfect as a Dodger. He's had 4 plate appearances and he has walked 3 times and now singles to left. So first and second, nobody out. And the batter, Matt Kemp. Matt Kemp single to left and struck out. Dodgers with 5 hits and 1 run. Kemp credited with the front man in the double steal. Stole third. Adrian Gonzalez stole second. And ball one. Burley has made 76 pitches coming into the inning. Matt hitting .339, 17 home runs, 54 runs batted in. Fastball missed. If you're thinking about such a thing as a home run, we mentioned Burley has given up 20. Two and 0 to count to Matt Kemp. Crowd restless. They want some action. And a high foul ball going out of play down the right field line and back into the crowd. Two and 1 to count to Matt Kemp. Adrian Gonzalez back of him. 2 on, nobody out. 3-1. Favor of the Marlins. And a fly ball to shallow center coming up is Virgiano, and the runners hold. So Kemp 1 for 3 as he flies out. And here comes the RBI man, Adrian Gonzalez. Single to drive in Punto in the first inning, but popped up with Punto at second base in the third. Hanley Ramirez hitting back of him. As we mentioned earlier, Adrian's actually hitting a little bit higher against left-handers. And a strike. Gonzalez has been a major leaguer since he first came up to the Rangers in 2004. 1-1. Burley was pitching for the White Sox in 2000, so they certainly have known each other and gone head to head. 1-1. Ball 2. Dodgers trying to sweep the Marlins, get even for the fact that they were swept by the Giants. Marlins 3, Dodgers 1, bottom of the fifth, 2 on, 1 out. 2-1 to Adrian Gonzalez. And a nice save by Rob Brantley. That was heading for the backstop. Ball 3. Burley has walked 2 and hit a batter. Three and 1. And he walked him. So the Dodgers now have the bases loaded for Hanley Ramirez. 3 walks and a hit batter surrendered by Burley. Ramirez struck out and lined out to short. A troubled moment for Mark Burley. And Randy St. Clair will be going out there along with Carlos Lee and others on the infield. Burley and Ramirez. Ramirez coming into the game was 2 for 6 against him. He's now 2 for 8. Hanley Ramirez in his young career has 5 grand slams. So Ramirez with a golden opportunity, as well as he did in the Miami series. He started off in his second at bat in this series with a 2-run home run, but he's been shut down ever since. Since the home run, Hanley 0 for 2, then 0 for 4 to make it 0 for 6, and 0 for 2 today to make it 0 for 8. He comes up there with Victorino, Punto, and Kemp. Who flied to center, and then Gonzalez got the walk. 0-1 to Hanley Ramirez. One out, 3-1 Miami, 5th inning. Dodgers had no trouble against Nathan Eovaldi, certainly no trouble against Josh Johnson. But Mark Burley has been tough. 0-2 the count to Hanley. Hitting .257, and Burley trying to put him away. On deck, Andre Ethier. Ramirez hit the ball hard last at bat. He had a shot that was right at Jose Reyes. One and 2. Two and 2. Big battle here with 1 out and the bases loaded. playing the Marlins, and in the background, the theme of the shark. And popped up. It'll be the shortstop Reyes. The infield fly rule is called. That's the second out. The Hanley goes 0 for 3 and is now 0 for 9 since the home run. And here comes Andre Ethier. Ethier struck out on as tough a pitch as we've seen in a while from a left-hander to a left-hander. Maybe a cutter, maybe a slider, whatever it was, it looked inside, and then at the last second at the knees, it seemed to jump at the inside corner. Last time up, he grounded hard to third. Ethier has 4 grand slams. His last was June of this year in Seattle. Strike, 0-1. Burley struck out the side in the first inning. Got Kemp for his 4th strikeout. 0-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. Luis Cruz waiting on deck. So Victorino, Punto, and Gonzalez, they're all out on the lines. 2 out. One and one. And a little one hopper. Reyes goes to the bag just ahead of Gonzalez. So the Dodgers get 2 hits and leave 3. And at the end of 5, it's 3-1 Marlins. Day that's had an effect on all of us ever since. On that day, Red Barber opened up the first baseball telecast ever in a game against Cincinnati at Ebbets Field. He opened up by saying, "This is Red Barber speaking. Let me say hello to you all." And from that, we've come to this. Let's go back to this one. Marlins leading 3-1. That first game that was televised was between the Dodgers and the Cincinnati Reds. Leave it to the Dodgers. They lost on that first telecast. Of course, years later, the Dodgers opened up Dodger Stadium in 1962 against the Cincinnati Reds with a great deal of fanfare, understandably, and they lost that game too. The game that was televised in Ebbets Field was the first game of a doubleheader, and the Dodgers won the second game 6-1 to get a split. How many cameras do we have doing this game? We have 13 cameras doing this game to watch Reyes get a walk. In 1939, the first telecast of a Dodger game, of any baseball game, they had two cameras. And of course, when you think of all the equipment, and they're going to have a meeting at the mound, so you can think about all the equipment. Remarkable. I remember the only time I ever started to watch the Don Larson perfect game in the World Series. I was fortunate to work it with Mel Allen. I had never, outside of seeing the game actually happen, I'd never seen the tape. And they showed it when Major League Baseball opened up its television network. I was sitting home on a Sunday watching football. And I figured I'd tune in when I thought that I was on, you know, a little egotistical, to see what I was doing back in 1956. I swear I turned it on, I watched one hitter, and went back to football. It was so dull. Well, it's not dull now. Reyes at first, Lee at the plate, Stanton on deck. Brandon League gets up in the Dodger bullpen. And ball one. Harang giving up his first walk, but he's given up 2 home runs to Stanton and Brantley. Brantley with a man aboard. One walk, 4 strikeouts. Time. Lee, 7 home runs, 59 runs batted in. Carlos came into the game hitting .370 with a home run against Harang. That's a strike. In fact, he has had a bunch of hits against Harang. With a base hit in the first inning, he has 18 hits against Aaron Harang. And 1 for 2 today. 1 ball, 1 strike. Ball 2. Dodgers got a run in the first inning. Punto walked and 2 singles picked him up. That's their only run. Adrian Gonzalez with a base hit to left field scored the Dodger run, driving in Punto. But then Stanton homered with 2 out in the 4th, and Brantley homered with Solano aboard. And the Marlins lead 3-1, and we're in the 6th. Reyes over there has Harang a little jumpy, and well, he should. Reyes has stolen 28 out of 36. Two and one. Reyes bluffs, and a fly ball to deep left. Victorino going back to the track, reaches up, hits the wall, makes the catch. And back to first base goes Reyes. Wonderful play by Shane Victorino. That was a big league play. He had to turn his back on home plate. He couldn't just angle. He had to go back and then look over his left shoulder, and by that time he was at the wall. So a fine play by Shane Victorino. 1 down. And now Giancarlo Stanton, and immediately that's time for a meeting. Can you imagine how many meetings Giancarlo Stanton is going to cause in his career? Wow. Now this is a big meeting, a top-level discussion, because Harang is not going to be allowed to pitch. He's coming out. So Stanton coming up with a man aboard. The Marlins lead 3-1. League coming in, and we'll be back. Dodger Baseball is brought to you by the new wireless receiver from AT&T UVerse. Visit AT&T.com/free your TV. Rethink possible. By El Pollo Loco, crazy you can taste. And by the full line of fuel-efficient vehicles at your Southern California Toyota dealer. Brandon League ready to pitch to Stanton with Reyes at first and 1 out. Hard ground foul, 0-1 the count. With Stanton coming up after Lee pinned Victorino against the left field wall, Don Mattingly felt it was time to hook Aaron Harang, who made 87 pitches, did reasonably well, allowing 3 runs in 5 1/3. One and one. When Stanton homered in the 4th inning, it marked his 85th career home run. So most home runs before the age of 23, he has just passed the great Mickey Mantle. Mickey had 84. Oh, he's going to pass so many people. 1 and 2. Against the National League West this year, in 8 games against Arizona, 3 home runs. San Diego, 3 games, 2 home runs. Giants, 7 games, 4 home runs. Colorado, 7 games, 4 home runs. Dodgers, 6 games, 3 home runs. So he's played 31 games against the West, and he has hit 16 home runs. Way out in front, and down he goes. So Stanton strikes out, 2 down, and the batter will be Greg Dodge. The league gets a big strikeout. Who holds the record for the most home runs before the age of 23? He was my boyhood idol growing up in the streets of New York. His name was Melvin Thomas Ott. Played right field for the New York Giants, and before he was 23, Ottie hit 115 home runs. And oh, did I worship the ground he pawed. Yeah, he pawed. What Ott did, he would stay in right field, and it was a nervous habit that I don't even know if he realized he was doing it. And with his right foot, he would paw at the ground. And sooner or later, during the course of a year, you would see a great spot in the right field that had been pawed out by Mel Ott. And the other interesting thing, Ottie eventually became the manager of the New York Giants, and they tell me twice a year they had to replace part of the flooring in the Giant dugout because Ott would paw the wood out. Amazing. He hit 512 home runs before he was fully pawed out. Mel Ott. 2-0 to Dobbs, who has doubled and struck out. There goes Reyes. Pitch low, and the throw is late. Another tough pitch for Matt Trainer to handle. He has to go down and get it, then straighten up and throw. And with a runner with Reyes speed, that's too much of an edge. So Reyes now has stolen 29 out of 37. Marlins lead 3-1 here in the 6th. Dobbs will now get ball 4. So they'll take the bat out of Dobbs' hands and work on Solano. Donovan Solano flied to left, single to right. He was aboard when Brantley hit his first major league home run. Big day for Rob. League in a little trouble here, inherited part of it, and that's ball 1. Solano with his base hit in the 5th inning has hit safely in 10 straight. And little ground ball to third. Cruz just takes it to the bag for the force on Reyes. No runs, no hits, 2 left. And at the end of 5.5, it remains 3-1 Marlins. The bottom of the 6th inning, and the difference in the game, really, the Marlins have home runs by Stanton and Brantley with a man aboard, and the Dodgers are 1 for 9 with runners in scoring position. And in the 6th, it will be Luis Cruz, Matt Trainer, and we'll see about Brandon Lee. 1 ball and 1 strike. Cruz flied to left, single to center. 1 for 2. Burley works very quickly. He just plays catch with the catcher. Hardly ever strays beyond the rubber. Way out in front of that. 2-2. He just gets the ball, puts his feet on the rubber, and comes back at you. Little ground ball. Reyes. 1 away. And the batter will be the catcher, Matt Trainer. Time to get you thinking a little bit. Let's have a little fun. Hanley Ramirez is one of 3 shortstops ever named National League Rookie of the Year. Who are the others? Well, we'll let you think about that, and then we'll come up with the answer. One ball and no strikes to Matt Trainer. That's going to be pop foul. Brantley coming back. The young catcher is there. 2 down. You know, one of the things you have to wonder about Burley. Remember, we told you that back in 2009 he had a perfect game against the Tampa Bay Devil Rays. His next start, 5 days later, he retired the first 17 twin hitters. That meant he retired 45 straight batters without a runner. That's how good he can be. Right now he's got 2 out, and he's going to be pitching to Juan Uribe with the bases empty. Uribe will be hitting for Brandon Lee. But boy, that must have been something to see. 45 consecutive batters. That's Mark Burley. Uribe hitting 181 and ball 1. Has Burley ever faced Uribe? And the answer is no. In there. 1-1. We told you that Burley hasn't pitched here since 2008 when he was with the White Sox. Well, when he was with the White Sox, to repeat, in interleague play, he was 20-2. Line drive, base hit for Uribe. So a 2-out single in the 6th, and that'll bring up Shane Victorino. Victorino is 1 for 3 with the bat, and he is 1 for 1 with the glove. I mean, he had to go and get the ball hit by Carlos Lee with a track to the wall and made the play. There was a runner at second base at the time, and that was Jose Reyes. So that saved a run for sure. So Victorino has struck out, grounded out, and singled. That's going to be all for Burley. He had made 111 pitches, and that's enough. They'll bring in right-hander Ryan Webb, whom we saw the other night, and we'll be back. In the West, we repeat, the Giants will be playing Atlanta, but not until 5 o'clock. So for the moment, the Dodgers trail by 2. For a moment or two after this game, the Dodgers will either trail by 1.5 or 2.5, and then of course they'll wait for the ball game to be played up at AT&T Park. Arizona, who will be here as we go into September, they'll be here in a 4-game series, and right now the Dodgers have to concentrate on Ryan Webb. He's easy to spot. Ryan Webb is 6'6". He is 210 pounds, 26 years old, a long drink of water out of Clearwater, Florida, originally drafted by the A's. So here's Victorino, 2 out, runner at first, and that's a strike. 257, 10 home runs, 47 runs batted in. Couldn't play last night with a sore back, but he's in there today. Ryan Webb doesn't like the month of July. He went on the DL in July of 07, went on the DL July of 09, went on the DL July of 11. 1 ball and 1 strike. Uribe held on by Carlos Lee. 1-2 the count. Victorino knows what he's going to get, checking the scouting report on Webb. Basically, fastball, curveball, and cutter. And since Shane is hitting left-handed, he's certainly aware of the cutter, the pitch that eats up the handle of the bat. 1-2. Fouled away. The word on Webb, He is not a good fielding pitcher. His career all started after being drafted by the A's. He was then traded to the Padres. Then the Padres sent Scott Hairston, Jerry's brother, to the A's, getting Webb. And then the Marlins sent Cameron Maben to the Padres to get Webb. Foul ball, so Victorino is still there. 1-2 the count. Dodgers are 1 for 9 with runners in scoring position. That one, a base hit by Gonzalez that scored Nick Punto for the only Dodger run. So the Dodgers had a road trip. Remember, they won 7 out of 10. Only to come home and lose 3 in a row to the Giants. Comebacker that gets on by Webb. We told you he doesn't field his position well. Most pitchers, I think, would have gotten that for the third out. Webb just flat out, that's the word on him, not a particularly good fielder. And in watching Webb's body language, you know he feels he should have caught the ball. So the Dodgers get a break. First and second with 2 out. Nick Punto will be coming up. Victorino is now 2 for 4. So the tying runs are aboard. Punto today walked twice, stole a base, scored a run, and then singled. Left-hander Mike Dunn is down in the bullpen. So Burley and Webb, Harang and League so far. That's right. Punto, as a Dodger, has reached base all 4 consecutive at-bats. A walk yesterday, 2 walks and a single today. He's also scored 2 runs while on the base 4 times. 1 ball and 1 strike. Ryan Webb, 26 years old, been a pro since 2004. And ball 2, 2-1. Nick Punto from San Diego now lives in Mission Viejo. So that's great. He can drive back and forth home to ballpark. And a strike. 2-2. And looking at Webb in this big spot for him, taking the important numbers, Webb is 4-2. He has walked 13 and struck out 34. He has allowed more hits than innings pitched. 2-2. And down goes Punto for the first time as a Dodger. So no runs, 2 hits. Dodgers 1 for 10 now with runners in scoring position. Marlins lead 3-1. on the Dodgers. It started in the fourth inning with big Giancarlo Stanton hitting one over the center field fence. That would be a home run in each game for Stanton. And then there was a two-run home run by Rob Brantley, the young catcher, his first major league home run. So the Dodgers have been stunned. Meanwhile, the Dodgers are 1 for 10 with runners in scoring position. For good measure, the Dodgers have left 10 men on base in the first 6 innings. Scott Elbert will not have to worry about Stanton, who's sitting back resting in the shadows in the dugout. Instead, it'll be Brantley, followed by the pitcher spot, and then Peterson. Brantley struck out and then hit the two-run home run. That's the difference in the game back in the fifth inning. 1-0 to Rob. Foul ball. We were checking about Brantley, and we find out he's from San Diego. Went to Chaparral High School down there, and eventually went to University of California, Riverside. Signed by the Tigers just 2 years ago. He's 23, and a shot up the middle. So the young catcher is 2 for 3 with a base hit. And that will bring up the pitcher. Oh, it's time for us to give you the answer. Remember the trivia question? We're talking about Hanley Ramirez, one of 3 shortstops ever named National League Rookie of the Year. Who are the other 2?
Pinch hitting for the Marlins.
Yep,
Number 2,
Alvin Dark, way
Hernandez.
back with the Braves, and Rafael Furcal. Meanwhile, Brantley's at first. Gorkas Hernandez will be coming up. Hernandez played center field last night, had a double and a walk, and went 1 for 3. Appeared as a pinch hitter and grounded out in the first game. Dodgers think he might bunt. Luis Cruz creeping in at third base. Hernandez from Venezuela. Shows bunt, pushes it foul, out of play, 0-1. Little footnote on Rafael Furcal. Talking about Rookie of the Year shortstop. Ozzie Guillen was the American League Rookie of the Year. Now the manager of the Marlins. He was the rookie in 1985. Alvin Dark, by the way, turned 90 this year. He lives in Southern Carolina. Dark was captain of the '51 Giants team that had Bobby Thompson hit the home run, and he managed the A's against the Dodgers in the '74 World Series. 0-1. 1-1. I always remember the first time I saw Alvin Dark play, I never thought he would be a good player. Right-hand batter, it seemed like he always hit off his front foot when he threw on ground balls. Looked like he always lost balance. He was going to fall down. So naturally, being the super scout that I am, I thought he'd never make it. And the rest is history. Jamie Wright is up in the Dodger bullpen. And Hernandez up there with a 1-2 count. Harang, League, and Elbert. Two and 2 the count. So Hernandez batting for Webb. Brantley at first, nobody out. Brian Peterson on deck. And a shot up the middle, snubbed by Pinto. The throw to first did not in time. Nick Pinto smothering a ball hit up the middle for the second time. Prevents any action, even though the first time he smothered a base hit. They still got Ruggiano in a rundown, and this time he turns a base hit into a force play. Of course, that was the thing they said when they got Nick Pinto everybody talked about the fact he is a dandy defensive player, and he has certainly proven it already. So a huge force play. The Marlins, however, still leading 3-1. Here's Brian Peterson, 0 for 3. Peterson started the first game because Billingsley started. He didn't start the second game. He rarely, if ever, sees a left-hander, and they sent him up, and he struck out against Kershaw. And now he has to contend with another hard-throwing left-hander, Scott Elbert. Kershaw back in the shadows. Can just think about last night. Peterson came up in the 8th inning, and Clayton nailed him. 1-1 the count. 3 runs, 7 hits for the Marlins, 1 run, 7 hits for the Dodgers, and the difference, home runs. Marlins have hit 115 home runs this year. The Dodgers have hit 85. So with a difference of 30, I mean, that's the heavyweight fight in the middleweight. Stanton, of course, leading the way with 29. Matt Kemp leading the way with 17. 2-1 the count. Peterson checking now with Joe Espada, third base coach. Brian, who went to Chatsworth High. I'm sure his family and friends here again, as he has for each of the 3 games. There goes the runner, and there's a base hit into center. So under a full head of steam, Hernandez goes to third. So Peterson gets a base hit to center to go 1 for 4. And Elbert now is in some trouble as Justin Ruggiano starts up to the plate. However, they see Don Mattingly coming up the steps and coming out, so hold everything. So in the inning, 2 base hits and the force play that could easily have been a 3rd base hit. So Mattingly sending up distress signals, and we'll be back. Marlins leading 3-1 on the wings of home runs by Giancarlo Stanton, his 29th of the year and his 3rd in the 3-game series, and Rob Brantley, his first career home run with a man aboard. Andre Ethier struck out his first at bat, though that ended the streak of 10 straight hits. Ethier has also grounded out and hit into a force play. The hard-working Jamie Wright in his 47th game. Jamie is 5-3. 26 walks, 45 strikeouts, and has allowed more hits than innings pitched. Jamie has made 6 appearances of 2 innings or more, and his earned run average during those stretches 1.4. Now he's inherited 2 runners at first and third, and he's allowed 8 of 35 inherited runners to score. He is also a ground ball pitcher, and the Dodgers are hoping for a double play. Ruggiano singled a left and struck out twice, caught in a rundown, and was nailed between third and home back in the first inning. So Peterson at first, Hernandez at third, 1 away. 3-1 Marlins, 7th inning. Ball 1. Ruggiano has 12 home runs. Checking to see he has 1 sacrifice. If you're thinking about squeeze. On deck, Jose Reyes. Whoa, that was close. Ryan Peterson almost nailed. Peterson has stolen 5 out of 6. So it's a running ball club with 122 stolen bases. In fact, counting Reyes in the 6th, 123 off the plate. 2-0. Checking again, you have the speedy Gorkas Hernandez at third. Peterson at first, 1 out. 2 balls, no strikes. And now ball 3. So Jamie 1 pitch away from loading him up. 3-0 to Justin Ruggiano. It's a real problem to play a team like Miami. I mean, they're in last place. They're not going anywhere except eventually home. But they can throw the book away. That's a strike. 3-1. Espada looking to Guillen to see if there might be a play on. Joe lets Peterson and Ruggiano know. 3 balls and 1 strike. Gary Thurman over to talk to Peterson. A couple of close pickoffs there. Ruggiano hitting .315. Peterson's going, and the line slicing foul and back into the stand. So they put a little run and hit, and Ruggiano fouled it off. So if they play run and hit, we'll see about 3-2. Again, remember, just for those who might be beginning to learn, when you say run and hit, you're certainly not obligated to swing at a pitch out of the strike zone. It's ball 4. 3-2. We'll watch Peterson. He is going on ball 4 to load him up. So Jose Reyes, the talented shortstop, who has been very quiet, coming up. He is 0 for 2 today with a walk and a stolen base. He is 0 for 10 since he hit the 2-run home run in the first inning. So 1 for 11. And up there now with a chance to really break the game wide open. Hernandez at third, Peterson at second, Ruggiano at first. Dodger infield is up. Reyes has 2 grand slams in his career. Switch hitter, batting left-handed. Breaking ball, strike. Reyes today flied to left, flied to center, and then walked. Reyes has walked more times than he has struck out, so that makes him certainly a contact hitter. 0-2. He's walked 51 times and struck out 47. There aren't too many of those players around. He's in a hole, no balls and 2 strikes. Infield up. Bases loaded, 1 out, 3-1 Marlins. Ball 1. Dodgers with Harang, League, Elbert, and now Wright. And the Marlins so far with Burley and Webb. Burley 11-11, made 111 pitches. Little ground ball to short. They'll go to the plate and get 1. That's it. So Reyes hits into a force play. Hernandez is erased. 6-2 if you're scoring from Hanley Ramirez to Matt Trainer. And everybody moves up. So Carlos Lee is coming up now. Bases still loaded. 2 out. And Stanton on deck. Now Carlos Lee with grand slams. You're talking about a totally different hitter. Lee has 17 grand slams. Last year he hit one against the Cubs in July. Ball 1. Nice save by Trainer. That could easily have been a wild pitch. For Jamie Wright in a tough spot. He has 2 wild pitches. So Peterson, Ruggiano, and Reyes. 2 out, 3-1 Marlins, 7th inning. Dodgers have Kemp, Gonzalez, and Ramirez in the bottom half. That's sliced foul. 1 ball, 1 strike. One ball, 1 strike, 2 out, 7th inning. And ground ball to first. Gonzalez takes it to the bag in that Gold Glove. So the Dodgers are out of the jam, and certainly one of the big plays, the play at the plate. And at the end of 6.5 innings, 3-1 Miami. hits, it's a little deceptive. The big thing for them, they are not hitting with runners in scoring position. The Dodgers, with all of those numbers, are 1 for 10 with runners in scoring position. And through 6 innings, they've left 10 men on base. The only RBI you notice, that was Adrian Gonzalez in the first inning with 1 out. Punto walked and Kemp singled, and Adrian singled to left field to get the Dodger the run. Now Miami counters with Mike Dunn, a left-hander from Farmington, New Mexico, who was originally drafted 8 years ago by the Yankees. He was drafted, interestingly enough, as an outfielder. So he'll be facing Kemp, Gonzalez, and Ramirez. A nice bit of relief by Jamie Wright. A ticklish situation. Jamie made 13 pitches and got out of the hole. So here's Kemp, single to left, struck out, fly to center, at a stolen base. And ball 1. Dunn is 6'1", 195-pounder, working on Matt Kemp. High and tight, 2-0. Catchers always do it. You'll see a hitter avoiding a pitch up and in, but the bat moves a little, and the catcher is always asking the first base umpire, did he swing? No, he was running for his life. 2-0. And ball 3. In the Dodger bullpen, Ronald Belisario just begins to loosen up. Waiting on deck, Adrian Gonzalez. So Dunn comes in and walks Matt Kemp on 4 pitches as the Dodgers try to come back here. Down 3-1.
First baseman number 23, Adrian Gonzalez.
Bottom of the 7th, 3-1 Marlins. Greg Dobbs, the third baseman, comes over to talk to Mike Dunn briefly. Now goes back to his position. Gonzalez singled to left to drive in a run, popped up and walked. Strike. 0-1. Matt Kemp at first, held on by Carlos Lee. Giants will not play until 5 o'clock. (0-1) to Gonzalez. Fastball fouled away. That fastball came up at 94. So an outfielder converted to a pitcher. Pretty good arm. A couple of years ago when they finally converted him, he was in the Arizona League. And in 10 innings, he struck out 20. 0-2. Changeup pulled by the diving Carlos Lee into right field, and on his way to third goes Kemp. So after throwing a couple of pretty good fastballs in the 90s, he tried to change up, and Adrian singled to right, and the Dodgers are in business for Hanley Ramirez. First and third, nobody out. It's an old line, but to throw a change up in that spot to Adrian Gonzalez is like throwing a lamb chop by a wolf. No chance. So first and third, nobody out. Dodgers down 3-1. Chad Godin begins to warm up down in the bullpen. And here's Ramirez, very hungry. Struck out, lined to short, and popped to short. 0-1. So just as Reyes opened up with a home run in his first at-bat Friday night and has drawn blanks ever since, Ramirez hit a home run in his second at-bat and has drawn blanks ever since. First and third, nobody out. Kemp bluffs down the line from third. 0-2. He hit around 95 on that pitch, but that's what he was doing with Gonzalez. Good fastballs, and then he tried to change up. So Kemp at third, Adrian over at first. 0-2 to Hanley. And got him with another fastball at the knees. No more changeup with 2 strikes. So Hanley Ramirez strikes out a second time. And we have 1 out in the 7th inning. Andre Ethier struck out, grounded out, and hit into a force play. He grounded to third, and the force play was to shortstop, so he hadn't pulled the ball. Dodgers are now 1 for 11 with runners in scoring position. Ball 1. Mike Dunn lives in Las Vegas. Went to community college at Southern Nevada. Outfielder converted to pitcher. 1-0. That's in there. 1-1. What does he bring to the dance? Well, fastball, slider, cutter, changeup. Ground ball to the hole, base hit to left field. So Kemp scores. Gonzalez stops at second. Ethier, who's been going the other way all day, drives in the run. And it's 3-2 in favor of the Marlins, and Luis Cruz will be coming up. So Ethier, who has not done very well against left-hand pitching, comes up with a big base hit. Gonzalez at second. Ozzie Guillen going to the mound. He has Chad Godin in the pen if he wants to bring him in to face Luis Cruz, and he does. So Dunn goes out. He is done, and we'll be back. from Louisiana, and you are right. Born in New Orleans, come from Harahan, Louisiana, a graduate of Crescent City Baptist High School, originally drafted by the Tampa Bay Devil Rays about 11 years ago. We saw Godin earlier in the series. He pitched 2 innings in relief of Nathan Eovaldi and allowed just 1 hit and nothing else. So Godin trying to restore some order. Kemp walked. Gonzalez singled to right. Ramirez struck out. Ethier single to left to drive in a run. And now here is a Dodger who has really produced with runners in scoring position. Luis Cruz is not only hitting .303, hitting .409 with runners in scoring position and checking in now in just that spot. 0-1. Adrian Gonzalez carrying the tying run at second. Andre Ethier at first. And Luis Cruz 1 for 3. Flied to left, single to center, grounded to short. One ball and 1 strike. Well, Mark Burley pitched a perfect game in the big leagues. Godin pitched a perfect game in his debut in Double-A. Admittedly, a big difference. 1-1. Fouled away. One of the stories they tell about Chad Godin as he works on Luis Cruz, he loves to hunt, and he once said he would kill and eat anything that he killed. And he was hunting with his high school pitching coach, killed a raccoon, and he had to eat it. Okay. 1-2. Popped up. Let's see. Lee can't get it. The runner's in his way. And the out. Hold everything. Forget the play. Forget the play. Carlos Lee was blocked by Andre Ethier, and the out immediately called by Todd Tishner. I would assume that play is dead because of the play at first base. But it was pretty obvious that Ethier stood in front of Carlos Lee, and Lee had no way to get around him, put to get out of the way, and then the ball was dropped. So immediately Ethier's called out. See the push? Meanwhile, the catcher drops the ball, and it winds up interference at first. Dodgers are not convinced yet. They're going to try to argue, but the Marlins are in the dugout. I would think, and I'm not sure, I would think once interference was called at first, Carlos Lee trying to push Andre Ethier out of the way, that the ball and the play was dead. So Mattingly is talking to Tony Randazzo. They will have a huddle. Brian Gorman is the crew chief. So whenever you get into a bowl of spaghetti like this, it's best to back off and wait until the 4 umpires put their heads together. One thing was very obvious, that Andre Ethier stood his ground. Carlos Lee had to push him out of the way, but it took Lee out of the play. And remember, if you're thinking about the infield fly rule, there's a reasonable expectancy to make the catch. And there wasn't a reasonable expectancy when the catcher had to run 45 feet up along the first baseline to make a lunging try and couldn't make the play. So we shall wait. With any more guesswork, Mattingly's going to have to wait. The umpires are not finished yet. Big game, of course. It may be just a workout for the Marlins, but not for the Dodgers. 2 back of the Giants, who play in about an hour and 15 minutes. So we shall wait. Tom Gorman, whose father, Tom Gorman, umpired so many, many years in the big leagues, is now breaking the news to Mattingly. Marlins are in the dugout. Most of the Dodgers are in the dugout. The meeting continues. Andre Ethier is going back to first base. Now they're going to call Ozzie Guillen out. Ethier apparently is entitled to be where he was, and it was up to Carlos Lee to get around him. So Lee pushed him out of the way, and immediately the first base umpire Tishner called out. Then after that, we assumed the ball was dead, and all the rest of it was pure acrobatics. And Mattingly is applauding as he goes back. Guillen now is asking Brian Gorman to go back over the play again. Cruz is going to come back up and hit. So here's the interference. We saw Tishner do it right away. And that's when I thought the ball was automatically dead. All the rest of it, we thought they were just running around. Well, they're not finished yet. Davey Lopes is now getting into the discussion. So Cruz came up with runners at first and second, and the first thing to call is the infield fly rule. However, remember, Lee couldn't make the play, and the rule said reasonable expectancy to catch the ball. So now, by rights, I think, they're going to go back and call obstruction on the part of Ethier. I think that's going to be the settlement. Lee did not have that reasonable chance to handle it. So when Tishner raised his hand, he was calling obstruction. Pretty hard to obstruct that big bull over there at first base. The guy who produces Brahma bulls in the offseason. So what they're going to do, Ethier will be out. Gonzalez has to stay at second. Since Cruz is going to be allowed to hit again, we assume we'll wipe away the pop fly and the infield fly rule and just settle on obstruction. We'll watch the catcher, see if he touches the ball or not. The ball landed fair and then kicked foul. But Ethier's out of there. One way or another, Ethier had to be out. And he is. So 2 out. You have Gonzalez at second. Carlos Lee's presence is still there at first as he talks to Donovan Solano. Ethier is back in the dugout. So Cruz with Trainer hitting back of him. And since Gonzalez is the potential tying run, we'll see how much they pitch to Cruz. And a fly ball to left field. Peterson coming in. Bryan makes the catch. And this noisy inning finishes with the Dodgers getting 1 run. 1 run, 2 hits, 1 left. And at the end of 7, it's 3-2 Marlins. had an RBI single in the first inning, and then Andre Ethier had a base hit to drive in Matt Kemp. That's still not enough to overcome the power of the Marlins. Giancarlo Stanton homered in the fourth inning, which means he's homered in all 3 games. He has 8 home runs on a trip that the Marlins have taken. And then the young catcher Rob Brantley hit his first major league home run with a man aboard. So Ronald Belisario will be facing Stanton, Dobbs, and Solano. Belisario came in last night in the 9th inning, retired the side in order, made only 8 pitches, though he comes right back in with a record of 3-1. So here is Stanton, always a threat to hit it out. 29 home runs, and he isn't 23 yet, though he's past the great mantle. Ball 1. We told you that Mel Ott had 112 home runs before he was 23. Heath Bell is warming up in the Miami pen. 2-0. Stanton came into the game hitting .288. He has 25 doubles, 29 home runs. He has struck out 103 times. Off the plate. Belisario naturally being very, very careful. Belisario has allowed only 2 home runs. Of course, with Stanton, you got to believe he's green lighted all the time, 3-0. 3-1. Giancarlo 6'5", close to 250, but it's all muscle. Little ground ball. Here's Cruz, has to double grip, and just did get him. The big man flying down the line. So 1 away, and the batter will be Greg Dobbs. Say, you know, Monday, September 3rd, Dodgers and Padres at 5:10. And you can enjoy $1 Dodger dogs, compliments of our good pals at Farmer John. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com/promotions. Dobbs doubled, struck out, and walked. 1 for 2. Marlins 3, Dodgers 2. We're in the 8th. Greg hitting .306. And ball 1. When the Dodgers come up in the bottom of the 8th, they're due to have Trainer, then Belisario, and Victorino. One ball, no strikes. Dobbs with 4 home runs, 29 runs batted in. Belisario with 19 walks, 47 strikeouts. Two and 1. Dodgers head for Colorado after the game. Josh Beckett will make his debut as a Dodger against the Rockies. A shot by the diving Adrian Gonzalez down the line. The ball's in play, and Dobbs is to second. He will hold on. So a 1-out double, and Dobbs now 2 doubles today and goes 2 for 3. He's been on base 3 times. A bullet by the diving Gonzalez all the way down in the corner. There was a moment where Greg was thinking about going for third, and then wisely held up. The Dobbs, 3 hits in the 2 games in which he has started. Last night, Donnie Murphy started at third. And here is Solano. Fly to left, deep, single to right. hit into a force play and has hit safely in 10 straight. Came up with 2 on in the 6th inning. Hit a ground ball to Cruz, who just went to the bag for the force. 1 ball and no strikes the count. Rob Brantley, left-hand hitting catcher, on deck. And ground ball hard. Gonzalez takes it to the bag for the 2nd out. Moving to third is Dobbs, and the batter now will be Rob Brantley.
It's number 19, Rob Brantley.
Every time a runner at third, we check the pitcher. For Belisario, he has 1 wild pitch. Marlins trying to salvage 2 of 6. Dodgers trying to sweep. Brantley struck out, hit a 2-run home run. That's now the difference in the game. And singled. They're going to take the bat out of his hands. So Brantley will be walked intentionally. Austin Kearns is out on deck to be the pinch hitter. Kearns appeared a couple of times in the on-deck circle throughout the series. He made it to home plate once, and as a pinch hitter struck out. We were talking about Austin Kearns a little while ago. When Austin first came up with the Cincinnati Reds, that'd be 10 years ago, there were a lot of people who felt he was going to be a big star. His first year, he had .315. He had 13 home runs, 56 runs batted in. And then in a game here at Dodger Stadium, he was beaned, and it was a bad beaning, although he did come back. He never came back as the same player. Giovanni Carrera hit him on the side of the head, and Austin is 6'3", about 240. All of a sudden you look up and he's 32 years old. Strike. With the Reds and the Nationals, then with the Indians and the Yankees, and now with the Marlins. 2 out, 0-1 the count, and the Marlins have runners at first and third. Marlins came up empty with a golden opportunity in the 7th. 0-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. Kearns hitting .240, and he has Dobbs at third, Brantley at first. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 out. And ball 2, 2-1. Kearns not only beaned, he also broke his arm in a game against the Pirates. So you wonder what happens. You see a fella and you think, boy, he's going to be a really good player. And then you kind of lose sight of him. And then later on you start to read the wreckage of his career. He was hit by Ryan Vogelsong when Vogelsong was pitching for Pittsburgh. Dodgers huddling with Belisario. And the fastball that hit him and broke his arm was 94 miles an hour. So take a severe beaning and a broken arm hit by a pitch, and you have some idea of what can happen to a fine young player. Even this year, he missed a couple of weeks with a tight right hamstring. Austin Kearns. And let's see now. Down in the Dodger bullpen, Randy Choate is warming up, but he was up, I believe, for Brantley, the left-hand hitting catcher. Honeycutt talking to Belisario. Okay, whatever it was, Belisario first talking to his teammates. Then Honeycutt comes out, and he'll pick up a 3-1 count on Austin Kearns. Okay, Dobbs at third, Brantley at first. And ball 4. So Kearns goes to first. Brantley advances to second. Dobbs holds at third. And Brian Peterson, the pride of Chatworth, coming up. He is 1 for 4. Flied to left, popped up twice, and singled. So they have Choate if they want to bring him in, and they're going to consume a little time. Here comes Mattingly, so that looks like what they're going to do. Now, Peterson doesn't play much against left-handers, so we'll have to wait and see what Ozzie does. It might be a 2-for-1 switch. It looks like Nick Punto heading for the dugout. So with a lot going on here, we'll pause, and we'll be right back. The left-hand hitting Brian Peterson. Down in the bullpen, Sean Tollison. Choate becomes the 6th Dodger pitcher. Belisario, who showed some signs of distress, made 20 pitches. So in back-to-back innings, the Marlins load the bases. They came up empty in the 7th. We'll see what they do in the 8th. They have Dobbs, Brantley, and Kearns all out on the line. So Brian Peterson hitting .203 against Randy Choate. Second time in the series, Brian has come up with the bases loaded. Friday night, he came up and struck out. Oh, and 1. Brian singled to center in the 7th inning and got as far as 3rd. So Dobbs, Brantley, and Kearns. 2 out, 0-1 to count. 1-1. Peterson for the year has walked 13 times and struck out 31. 1-1. 3-2 Marlins in the 8th. And ground ball to the hole, off the glove of Ramirez. A run scores. Bases are still loaded, and the Marlins lead 4-2. So Hanley tried to backhand the ball and went off his glove. We'll wait for the scoring, but we do know the run is in. And the run is charged to Belisario. Ball was hit to the hole. Hanley tried to go back and get it, and it kicked off the glove. And it will be an error charge to Hanley Ramirez. Big run. So Peterson is now at first on the error. Kearns advances to second. Brantley goes to third. Dobbs scores. And Mattingly is back out there again. By the way, remember we told you Punto went into the dugout. He went back out to play second base, but now they're going to move them. And Mark Ellis will play second base and Punto will play third, which means Luis Cruz is coming out and Sean Tolleson is coming in. So we'll be right back. .907, and they see the Dodgers move them on the chessboard. Tolleson coming in, and Tolleson will go in Luis Cruz's spot if you're keeping score. Mark Ellis will bat ninth and play second base, and Nick Punto, who's been at second base, will now play third. So when the Dodgers come up in the bottom of the eighth, they're due to send up Trainer, Mark Ellis, and Victorino. But right now they have their hands full as Ruggiano comes up to face Tolleson, and that's ball one. So it all started with a one-out double by Greg Dobbs. Then they walk Brantley with two out. Then they walk Kearns. And then on a ground ball to the hole, a backhanded attempt by Hanley came up empty. That's ball two. So it's 4-2, and Ruggiano now with the count his way, 2-0. So you have Brantley at third, Kearns at second, Peterson at first. 2 balls, no strikes. 2-1. Dodgers have used 7 pitchers today. Harang, League, Elbert, and Wright, Belisario, Choate, and Tolleson. That is rarely a good thing to do any day, but when you do it on a Sunday and you're going to play in Colorado on Monday, you are really faced with an unhappy prospect because you burn up bullpens in Colorado. And that's lifted, or first base foul. Gonzalez, no play. 2-2. So a double, a couple of walks, and then a big error. And the Marlins pick up a run to lead 4-2. 2-2 to Justin Ruggiano. And they go all the way, wouldn't you know? So with a full count and 2 down, Marlins trying to add to the lead. Three and 2, runners go, swung on and missed. So Ruggiano strikes out the 3rd time. However, the error by Hanley opens up the door for a run, and it's 4-2 Miami. Bottom of the 8th inning. Dodgers will leave town after the game, and Josh Beckett will make his Dodger debut in, of all places, Mile High Denver, and he'll go up against the left-hander Jeff Francis. Both pitchers struggling with ERAs over 5, and as usual, when you go to Colorado, you expect to see a lot of runs, and that was the point we were trying to make. The Dodgers have burned up 7 pitches in today, 6 in relief. Beckett, a 3-time All-Star, and certainly he will be tested to the nth degree. Now, the bottom of the 8th inning, Heath Bell, who pitched last night and was very shaky, gave up a walk and a couple of hits for a run. Heath has not been pitching well. When you look at that earned run average of almost 6, you know he's been pushed around. Former star reliever in San Diego will be facing A.J. Ellis, then Mark Ellis, and then Shane Victorino. Strike. So A.J. gets most of the day off. Ellis hitting .284, 10 home runs, 36 runs batted in. Little roller. Bell has a play easily and throws him out. So 1 out in the 8th inning, and Mark Ellis coming up. So the Ellis boys had the day off until the 8th inning. Now Mark is coming off a big game last night. Of course, AJ had 2 singles last night, but Ellis had a walk, a single, a double, and a home run. Interesting, neither team has been very effective hitting with runners in scoring position. In fact, Miami had the bases loaded in the 7th and in the 8th, and they were lucky to come up with 1 run on the error by Hanley Ramirez. That's a strike. So today, Miami is 1 for 9 with runners in scoring position, and the Dodgers are 2 for 12. Oh and 1. 0 and 2. Of course, for Miami, let's face it, a last place team, you're not too shocked when you read in the series Ozzy's boys are 2 for 19. Of course, they have had a couple of home runs from Stanton and one from Brantley, but neither team has hit in the clutch. 0 and 2. Foul back. When the Marlins come up in the ninth, they'll have their heart of the lineup, Jose Reyes, Carlos Lee, and Giancarlo Stanton. Heath Bell is the 5th pitcher for Miami. Burley, Webb, Dunn, Godin, and Heath. Foul back. So in this day and age of multi-million-dollar contracts and first-round picks getting so much money, Heath Bell is a fellow who signed with the New York Mets for the munificent sum of $500. 0 and 2. Ball 1. Heath, of course, not only a Southern California boy, born in Oceanside, lives in San Diego. His dad was a United States Marine. In fact, he was always discouraged about maybe he ought to join the Marines, but his dad kept talking him out of it. Ground ball up the middle. So Mark Ellis continues to get on base. Last night, a walk, a single, a double, and a home run, and he comes off the bench and gets a base hit to center today. A reminder, you can subscribe to MLB.tv today and take advantage of new low pricing. See every remaining Dodger out-of-market game live online and on your favorite devices in HD quality. So visit Dodgers.com to order and get more details. MLB.tv, baseball everywhere. All right, Victorino with Punto on deck. 1 out, 8th inning, 4-2 in favor of the Marlins. Victorino was hitting right-handed against Mark Burley. Struck out, grounded out, then had a single in the 5th inning and another base hit in the 6th. Oh and 2. Steve Cishak begins to warm up. He's a right-hander in the Miami Fishbowl. Oh and 2. Fouled away. Heath Bell and Shane have to have faced each other a lot. Victorino 1 for 10 against him. Victorino did not see Bell last night. He wasn't in the lineup. On deck, Nick Punto. And ball 1. Heath Bell in his 58th game. He is 2-5. Two and 2. Bell has walked 26, struck out 45. One of his problems, he's allowed more hits than innings pitched. 2 and 2. Little foul ball, though Victorino is still there. 3 runs were charged to Aaron Harang, who went 5 1/3 and gave up the home runs to Stanton and Brantley. Then Belisario charged with a run in the 8th inning. 2-2. Fouled away. Heath Bell is a big Bell. He is 6'3" and around 250 pounds. Two and two. And ground ball to the hole. Up with it. And the play by Solano is not in time, and it gets away from Carlos Lee anyway. Solano made a good play to run that ball down in shallow right field. It was awfully difficult to get anything on the throw because he was running away from the play. He off-balanced it to first on a bounce, and Lee couldn't backhand it. So I assume that'll certainly go as a base hit. So Victorino with 3 hits. Down to second base is Ellis. So the tying runs are out there, nobody out with Punto, Kemp, and Gonzalez. You kind of expect Punto to bunt. However, Lee is deep at first. And a strike. 0-1. The way the Dodgers are stacked, you could say, well, Punto bunts them over. They might walk Kemp, and then you got Adrian Gonzalez, who's been a great hitter throughout his career with runners in scoring position. 0-1 to Nick Punto, who was walked twice, singled, and struck out. Now he's in a hole. 0-2. Four to 2 in favor of Miami. Dodgers trying to come from behind and sweep. Down in the bullpen, Kenley Jansen begins to warm up. Kenley would pitch the 9th and face the big guys, Reyes, Lee, and Stanton. 0-2. And got him. That's a huge out. So 1 away as Punto strikes out. Now the batter will be Matt Kemp, and Ozzie Guillen is gone out to the mound to talk to Heath Bell. Chisek is throwing in the pen. He's a right-hander. And they're going to take the ball from Bell. So Bell goes out with 2 on, 1 out, his responsibility. Cishak will be coming in, and we'll be right back. Heath Bills continue with Miami. He has blown 6 saves, and he now comes out with the tying runs his responsibility. Steve Cishak has inherited 21 runners. 6 of them have scored. Cishak is another big fella, 6'6", out of Falmouth, Massachusetts, and working on Matt Kemp. Breaking ball strike. Bell had 2 strikes on Mark Ellis, and he singled. He had 2 strikes on Victorino, and he singled. He had Punto 2 strikes and struck him out, but they've lifted him now. Cishak has been very tough on right-handers. They're batting 165 against him. Not quite submarine and not quite sidearm. At 6'6", however, he's coming by way of third base a bit. He used to work out all winter in Massachusetts, and he had to drive an hour and 45 minutes from Cape Cod in order to get to a workout facility. Ball 2, 2-1. He spells his last name Cishek, and most of his friends call him Shrek. Two and 1 to count. Basically just fastball slider. He has that low arm slot, but he's also 1 pitch away from loading them up. 4-2 in favor of the Marlins. Bottom of the 8th, 1 out. And then the out by Punto made it the second out. 3-1. In there. Low fastballs. Gets a lot of ground balls because of that. That 2-seamer clocked around 90 to maybe 92. So 3-2, that means the tying runners will be going. And it's ball 4 for Adrian Gonzalez to come up. So the base is loaded. Marlins trying to hold on to a 4-2 lead. Adrian Gonzalez single to left to drive in a run in the first inning. Popped up, walked, single to right. So he is 2 for 3. In case you wonder, he has 4 grand slam home runs. So the Marlins had bases loaded in the 7th and in the 8th. Came up with 1 run. Dodgers have the bases loaded now. So 2 out and Adrian at the plate. Change in for a strike, 0-1. Change-up that he throws, mostly to left-hand hitters. It has a tendency to fade a little bit. So Mark Ellis at third, Shane Victorino at second, Matt Kemp at first. Foul ball, 0-2. So in the inning, A.J. Ellis is back to the box. Mark Ellis singled. Victorino singled. Punto struck out. But then Kemp walked against Cishak. Ball 1. Cishak, 26 years old. 1-2. Breaking ball lifted to right center and deep, but it looks playable. And shy of the track. So the Dodgers wind up with a couple of hits and a walk and lead 3. And we're going to the 9th, 4-2 Marlins. And one of the mountains they're going to have to climb is named Giancarlo Stanton, who has homered in each game, and in the 4th inning hit one over the center field wall. He will be batting 3rd in the 9th inning. The young fellow who is not 23 and has hit a home run in each game. He just passed Mantle as far as home runs before the age of 23. Right now, Jose Reyes against Sean Tollison. 0-1. Dodgers really struggling all day. They're 2 for 15 with runners in scoring position, and they've left 14 men. 0-1. Fastball on the corner. Reyes unhappy, 0-2. Jose 0 for 3 with a walk and a stolen base. And a drive to right, going back as Ethier. It's over his head, and it is in the seats. Jose Reyes hits one out against Tollison, and that makes it 5-2 Marlins. For Reyes, he has a set of cufflinks. He hit a home run in his first at-bat in the first game, and he hits a home run in what appeared to be his last at-bat in the last game. So Reyes hits it out, got a breaking ball, went down and got it, and hit it out. Now Carlos Lee. So the Marlins came in here with 113 home runs, and they've hit 3 today. He hit a no ball 2 strike pitch. 1-1 to Carlos. Lee single, fly to center, a long out to Victorino, and then last time up grounded out. 1 for 4. And another drive into deep center field, and that baby is going to go halfway up the pavilion. So Tollison comes in and gives up back-to-back home runs here in the 9th inning. And the Dodgers in a bad way to go now, as Carlos Lee hits his 8th. And the big home run hitter yet to be heard from, Stanton. Tollison made 22 pitches Friday night, but he did not pitch last night. Home runs by Reyes and Lee really opens it up now. 6-2 in favor of Miami. 4 home runs today. They now have hit 117. No balls and 1 strike. And that's pulled foul down the line. 0-2 to Stanton. Flied to left, homered, struck out, grounded out. Been a good road trip for him. He's hit 8 home runs on this trip. 0-2. And down he goes, striking out a second time. So 1 out in the 9th inning. Tolleson came in, remember, and struck out Ruggiano. That's his second strikeout, but he pays a big price with the home runs. Greg Dobbs doubled, struck out, walked intentionally, and doubled again, and scored the run on Hanley Ramirez's error in the 8th inning. Greg batting .309. Right. So Steve Cishak will be going to the 9th with at least a 4-run lead. He'll be facing Ramirez, Ethier, and then Tolleson's spot. Dodgers have used A.J. Ellis and Uribe as pinch hitters. One ball and 1 strike. A very light breeze left to right. Boy, what a gorgeous day. 81 degrees, blue sky, crowd 41,907. And ball 2, 2-1. Giant ball game not yet underway, but they're less than 20 minutes away from starting up there. Line foul. Two and two to Greg Dobbs. On deck, Donovan Solano. Two balls, 2 strikes. And ball 3. And ball 4. So Dobbs had a pretty good day today. 2 doubles, 2 walks, and that will bring up Donovan Solano. Solano kept his streak alive. He had a base hit to right field in the 5th inning. A long day for Don Mattingly, using 7 pitchers. Actually had a lead, but as the poet said, short-lived. Dodgers scored in the 1st inning and led 1-0 until Stanton homered in the 4th to tie it up. Then Brantley homered in the 5th, and the Marlins have stayed in front ever since. 6-2 in favor of Miami. Final meeting of the year between the two clubs. Dodgers have won 4 of the previous 5. Some happy guys in the dugout named Jose Reyes and Carlos Lee. 0-2 the count. Dodgers go to Colorado, and the Marlins will pack up and take a hike. They've been on the road. 0-2 to Solano. Way outside. Marlins will go home and play the Washington Nationals to open up their next homestand. Check swing, no swing, says Todd Tishner. Solano at 5'9", doesn't give you much of a strike zone, bends at the knees and over at the waist. 2-2. Foul back. Two and two to Solano. 2 runs are in on home runs by Reyes and Lee. Dobbs is at first on a walk. 2-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. Down he goes. That's the second out in the inning. And now Rob Brantley, the young catcher, will be coming up. For Brantley, it's been a happy Sunday, hitting his first major league home run with a man aboard in the 5th inning. He also singled and was walked intentionally. So Rob is 2 for 3. Brantley from San Diego. Ball 1. When to UC's Riverside. Rob is only 23, drafted by the Tigers just 2 years ago. 2-0. Boy, they arrive in the big leagues quickly a lot of times, but then you'll have others spending 8 and 9 years to get here. 2-0 to Rob. Ground ball by the mound. There's Ramirez. Quick feed to Mark Ellis. They get the force. However, they couldn't do anything about the back-to-back home runs by Reyes and by Lee. And we're heading for the bottom of the 9th. 6-2 Miami. Bottom of the 9th inning. 6-11 for Miami. But that pales in comparison. You realize of the 11 hits, they've had 4 home runs. Home runs by Reyes and Lee and Stanton and Brantley. Dodgers have piled up 11 hits, but just about all singles. In fact, that's just about right. So Hanley Ramirez 0 for 4. He'll start it. Then Andre Ethier and a hitter for Sean Tollison. Steve Cishak trying to wrap it up. Ramirez struck out twice, lined out to short, popped up to short, and committed an error. Big slider for ball 1. We mentioned the fact that the Dodgers will be going to Denver. Josh Beckett at Coors Field will bring a record of 3-0 at Coors Field, but he hadn't pitched there in 7 years. Ramirez just trying to get aboard. Dodgers down by 4 as Josh looks on. That's a strike. 2-1. The shadows are close to being a problem. Not yet. But they're almost ready to encroach the area around home plate. Good off-speed pitch. 2-2. Spiderweb at shortstop of light and shadow. The outfield pretty much in sunlight. Little crescent shade in the left field corner, but it's home plate, so it's a tough area in a moment. Ball 3. And looking at Cishak's work, 4-1, good ERA of 2. 22 walks, 51 strikeouts, and in 51 innings, 41 hits. So he's pitched very well. Fouled away. 3-2 to Hanley Ramirez. Steve Cishak, 6'6", a lean 200-pounder out of Carson Newman University in Tennessee. And ball 4. So he walked Kemp in relief of Bell in the 8th inning. Now he walks Ramirez. Andre Ethier struck out and has gone the other way in making contact. Grounded to third, hit into the force play at the shortstop, and single to left. That's a strike. 0-1. Dodgers led 1-0. Marlins tied at 1-1. Marlins led 3-1, 3-2, 4-2, and now 6-2. Adam Kennedy comes out on deck to bat for Tollison. 1-1 the count. One ball and one strike. Foul ball, 1-2. Cishak, a kid from Cape Cod, always hoped, dreamt, imagined he'd be pitching for the Boston Red Sox. As he said growing up, once he thought of himself as Mo Vaughn. Then later on, he started to figure maybe I'll be the shortstop like Nomar Garciaparra. And then he became the pitcher like Derek Lowe. A change hit in the air to left field. Peterson into the shadows, makes the catch for the out. And back to first goes Ramirez. So Ethier went the other way every at bat and goes 1 for 5. One out in the 9th. Adam Kennedy coming up to bat now for Tollison. Adam Kennedy coming off the bench, hitting .261. He's been successful as a pinch hitter, 7 hits, fouls that away, 0-1. 7 for 24 with a run batted in. So the Dodgers are looking for the moment at dropping a half a game. If they go off the field as losers, they will be trailing the Giants by 2.5. Then it will either be 3 or go back to 2, depending upon what the Giants do against Tim Hudson, and especially what Tim Lincecum does. If the Dodgers don't get Ramirez home, if they leave a man, they will leave 15 men on base today. Dodgers left 15 men on base in a game against San Diego back in April, and they wound up winning that game 5-4 on a walk-off single by D. Gordon. 1-2 the count. Dodgers right now have left 14. However, they have Ramirez at first. A frustrating day for the Dodger hitters, and particularly for the bullpen. 7 pitchers burned up today. Not a bad way to go into Colorado. Did that hit him? I think it did. Yep. So Kennedy hit by the pitch. Dodgers have 2 on, down by 4, 1 out, and the batter will be A.J. Ellis. And here comes Randy St. Clair to talk to Cishak. There's no one throwing in the bullpen. Mark Burley started. They've used Webb, Dunn, Godin, Bell, and Cishak. The 5 relievers with a 4-run lead. A.J. Ellis came into the game hitting for Matt Trainer and hit back to the box in the 8th inning. That was against Bell. So A.J. 0 for 1 today, hitting .283, 10 home runs, 36 runs batted in. And a strike, 0-1. Two on, 1 out, 6-2 Miami in the 9th. A.J. Ellis with runners in scoring position, less than 2 out, hitting .304. With 2 outs, hitting less than 100. Well, there's 1 out here. Foul back, 1-2. Now you have the hitter in shade, the pitcher in brilliant sunlight. The shade directly in front of home plate, 5 or 6 feet out. The bulk of the shade pointing up the middle. 2-2. Needless to say, getting a little bit tough to see down around home plate. And with the light and the shadow, you're also looking at a pitcher who's 6'6", standing on a 10-inch mound. And he's gone 3-2. On deck, Mark Ellis. 2 on, 1 out on a walk and a hit batter. Three and 2. And a fly ball to right field. Stanton is there. The runners have to hold. They'll draw a throw, and it's an arrow to Reyes. So Ellis a fly ball to right. That's A.J. Now Mark is coming up with his foot in the door. 2 out, 9th inning, 6-2 Miami. Mark Ellis came off the bench and singled. The Dodgers using the bench today. Juan Uribe came off and singled. Mark Ellis came off and singled. Adam Kennedy came off and was hit by a pitch. A.J. Ellis hit back to the box. Ball 1. On deck, Shane Victorino, who's had a 3-hit game. 1 ball and no strikes. Strike 1-1. So the Marlins go home to Florida, to Miami. The Dodgers go to Denver. 2-1. Arizona will be here Thursday night on the 30th to begin a 4-game series. That's a foul ball. 2-2. So the deuces are wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out, 2 on. The Dodgers have scored 2, but they trail 6-2. Steve Cishek trying to get the last out. Missed inside. 3-2, so the runners will be going. Miami thinking Cishek and away we go, but not yet. Runners go, and there's a line drive right at Brian Peterson. So Mark Ellis lines out to left. Dodgers leave 2, and that means they have left 16 men on base today. A study. They also lose for the moment a half a game. Now that will change. Should the Giants win, it'll go to 3. If the Giants lose, it will revert to 2. And the Dodgers go to Colorado for 3 and then home for Arizona and San Diego. And with all of that, we wish you all a very pleasant good afternoon.